Thank you.
All right, I think we're set up. Thanks for your patience. Good Monday morning, everyone. Hope everyone had a good holiday break. The county was gracious and gave us a few extra administrative leave days. I hope people took advantage of those. We've got a clean arraignment calendar this morning, and then Ms. Rios, we need to talk a little bit about the afternoon schedule because I have a little bit of a conflict and I just want to work out so you aren't, whoever's handling the Kinney matter isn't stuck waiting on me. But let's dive into the plea and arraignment calendar. Position 1 is Travis Nelson. Better just get into Odyssey here as well.
88 Asia Baser for the state, Your Honor, and the state would request the bench warrant.
Okay. It says Amy Cole, but is that someone from your office?
If
Ms.
Mr.
Wood?
Nelson appears, he'll be mine. I have not had contact, unfortunately.
Okay. It is a slightly older arrest, newer indictment. Ms. Beza, I'm fine with the bench warrant. I don't know how the paper flow is going to work. You'll contact someone in your office to get the paperwork to Ms. Nelson?
Yes, Your Honor, and for the record, there's a waiver in Odyssey from October 20th.
Oh, well, let me check. Thank you. That's why I wanted to get into Odyssey because I don't want to, who did well, let me look.
Yes, Your Honor. I've got to pull it up. This was like Chris Sparrow on behalf of the state as well, Judge. This was a transfer from.
From non-complex.
There had been a waiver of entry as well as waiver of arraignment, entry of appearance and waiver of arraignment and non-complex, and then it was transferred over.
Got it. So there was recent activity suggesting that Mr. Nelson is findable. So let's do this. Let's please do the bench warrant if you'll get that paperwork flowing. And then Ms. Wood, the usual, if Mr. Nelson surfaces, he reaches out to Ms. Cole or whatnot, we can do a walk-in. And if there is a good explanation for what happened, we can work through that. But as of just a couple months ago-ish, he was in circulation. That was filed at midnight. Okay. Thank you for clearing that up. Javion Batiste.
Your Honor, I did not see any entry of appearance nor waiver of arraignment. The state would be requesting a bench warrant and bond forfeiture.
Olivia Murray, is that a public defender?
Yes, Judge, and if Mr. Batiste surfaces, I will speak with him.
Okay, is this another transfer from non-complex? I'll look. And Mr. Sperry and Ms. Beza, you're welcome to stand. You don't need to stand while we're just working through the calling of the calendar. But 100% your call. I'm neutral on that if we don't have a jury in here. Let's see, Mr. Batiste, yes, also he had final plea in non-complex in mid-November, but also transferred to us on Halloween. So same situation, bench warrant. Ms. Wood, your number, so let us know.
Thank you, Judge.
Theo Francois.
Your Honor, he was released to Gwinnett, and I looked on the Gwinnett County website, and it looked like he was in Gwinnett County.
You looked how recently?
Last night.
Oh, that's very recent. Okay. He was.
His dad too, and his dad told me he was in Gwinnett.
His dad said, my son is in the Gwinnett County Jail.
He's been there for the last 2 weeks.
Okay. So he also from non-complex. What's this calendar? Okay. But it's ours now. So we'll check with Gwinnett and see if we can get him produced. This wouldn't be a bench warrant situation if in fact he's in Gwinnett. So we'll double check on that. Check on Gwinnett status. All right. How are Mr. Sperry and Ms. Beza, you two dividing up?
Judge, I am sitting in for Ms. Smith, so any of the trial division cases or any of supposedly of the now non-complex transfer to complex.
Oh, I didn't see position one had a family violence piece. I get it. I thought you were like every other or something. No, understood. Okay. Theft by shoplifting would not be in one of the specialized units. So we will check on the Gwinnett status and handle that.
He was arrested under 18 on uninsured as well.
This is Mr. Francois?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, all right. He was arrested on a new charge in Gwinnett or? All right. I may take a look at his bond then. Do you have, can you email me a case number from Gwinnett?
You can state that as well.
Sure. You can share it with everyone, Ms. Rios too. All right, thank you. Position 4 is Willie Moses.
Judge, I show October 9th, 2025 waiver of arraignment.
He's in GDC custody.
Oh, we have someone on from Washington State Prison. Are you Mr. Moses? You're on mute. But thank you. There we go. Hey, good morning, GDC. How's everyone doing?
We're fine. How about y'all today?
Oh, I appreciate you making the connection with Washington State Prison. Is that Mr. Moses?
Yes, it is, sir.
Great. Good morning, Mr. Moses. How are you?
Good morning, sir. How about you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I'm Judge McBurney. I don't think we've met. Your case is just on the calendar twice. I have one case with you that got bumped over from the non-complex division. Ms. Rios, will this be your case?
That's why, I guess we can just do a breakout so I can talk to him in a bit.
Okay. Mr. Moses, I'm going to finish calling this calendar. Shouldn't take too long. And then Ms. Rios is probably going to go into my jury room and hop on a computer and have a private conversation with you so that she can introduce herself. And who knows, that maybe this is a case where something can happen with it today. A lot of that depends on what's going on with your Department of Correction situation. Are you comfortable telling me why you're down there? Is it a revocation or new charges? Can you say that again?
Probation violation.
Okay. And for how long were you revoked?
1 year.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll have Ms. Rios reach out to you in just a minute. So I'm going to mute you here, but please don't disappear on us, okay? Position 6 is Demoya Ballard. Hey, Mr. Ballard, how are you?
I'm great. Here with my daughter.
Okay. Oh, so you're not Demoya, you are Demoya Ballard. All right, that's who good morning, Ms. Ballard. Who is handling Ms. Ballard's case?
Judge, I believe that will be myself versus Ms. Beza. I'm not sure on the PD side.
I was asking on the,
She did not qualify at the last court date, Judge.
she was here, but this was oh, yes, to hire it. I need to read my own notes. So Ms. Ballard and Dad, we had a court date in the middle of November. And at that time, Ms. Ballard, your financial situation was such that the public defender's office said you didn't qualify for their services. So you may not have felt like you were Beyonce rich, but you had enough that it wasn't, an appointed lawyer didn't make sense. Has something changed such that you should talk with the public defenders again, or have you had a chance to hire a lawyer? Have you tried to hire a lawyer? So you've looked into what it will cost to hire a lawyer, and those numbers are not feasible for you. Okay. Were you working back in November when you first talked with the lawyers here?
So it was like,
Hours were cut since you were here, or?
during the whole, even now, cause like the holidays and everything, so my pay is not really paid.
Okay. All right. Ms. Wood, when we take a break, will you chat with Ms. Ballard one more time?
For sure.
Ms. Ballard, if the answer is again, no, and I think you can understand why the Public Defender's Office has a limited budget and they are legally obligated to represent only meet a certain financial threshold. And you may be in that awkward middle ground where hiring a lawyer seems like it's way too much, but there's just enough coming through that the Public Defender's Office can't represent you. But let's try again. I'm gonna have you talk with Ms. Wood and we'll see where we get, okay? I appreciate you being here. If you'll take a seat. Stephen Cook.
Judge, I show a waiver on November 17th.
Yes. Ms. Nelson, did you and Mr. Mondelli have any interactions that would excuse him?
I'm checking, Judge. I'm not sure. Let me get right back to you.
Thank you. Okay. We will see about that. He did file a conflict letter on the 30th. Oops. Click on that. Wow. Yeah, he's all over the place. Have you, either of you worked with Mr. Mondelli before?
I haven't asked.
You have, okay. And he's someone who would do his best to show up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah, he's supposed to be in 4 different places at 9 today, so only one of which is in Fulton County. So who knows how he figured that out? All right, we'll hold on that one. Tanya Collier. Hello, Miss Collier, how are you? Good, Happy New Year.
My birthday today.
Well, and happy birthday. Oh my gosh. Probably not where you wanted to be on your birthday. Okay, well, we'll try to make this as gentle as can be today. Ms. Rios, are you representing Ms. Collier?
Yes, Your Honor, I filed a waiver yesterday.
Okay. Ms. Collier, I am going to pull your case up, just make sure everything looks good in the docket. And Mr. Sperry, this is, or Ms. Beza?
Yes, Your Honor, this is a DB case.
All right. Beza. So you received a bond over a year ago, back in October of 24, and you were supposed to have no violent contact with a Jarvis Thomas, who's right there. Okay. And that was a gentle way that you pointed at him. That's good. How have you been, Mr. Thomas? Good. You're gonna help celebrate the birthday today? Okay, no violent birthday celebration. The only other thing then, Ms. Collier, that I want to confirm, since you made it today, it seems like we probably have a good address for you on Delow Drive in East Point, still a good spot? Is that where, I'm not trying to pry, I just want to understand the dimensions of the bond and everything. Is that where Mr. Thomas lives too? Okay, all right. Then what's going to happen, Ms. Collier, is that I'll enter a scheduling order that will move the case along. Your lawyer, Ms. Rios, will get discovery from the prosecution. She'll want to meet with you to show you what the state has. Then you and she will start talking about, how do we resolve this case? Is it a plea? Is it diversion? Is it a trial? But that's private conversation you'll have with your lawyer, and I'll see you when there are either motions filed that we need to litigate or what's called final plea, which is the last opportunity we have to see if it's a case that's going to work out short of trial. The main thing will be you stay in touch with Ms. Rios. We will be sending notices when you next need to come to court to that address that you told me is a good address. If you move, you got to let Ms. Rios know, because we'll be sending, if you miss court and your story is, well, I moved but I didn't tell anyone, that gets complicated, okay? Any questions about any of that? Ms. Rios, do you need to speak with Mrs. Collier? Should she stick around? She's good. Do you want to talk with Ms. Rios before you go?
Get in touch with you.
You called me this
No, I did get in the last.
How about this? I'm gonna have you stay, and we're almost done calling the calendar. Ms. Rios will say hey to you, give you all her contact info, okay? Happy birthday. Ms. Beza, anything from the state in connection with the Collier case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Michael Mack. Hello, Mr. Mack. All right. I'm pulling your case up. Ms. Rios, is this your case?
Yes, Your Honor. I did not have a chance to speak with him before court.
Okay, so Mr. Mack, I'm gonna have you take a seat. Ms. Rios is gonna talk with you about waiving arraignment and what that means and whether that's the right thing for you. And if not, we can do a formal arraignment. Since I am chatting with you right now, let's at least confirm your address. I've got a Columbia Woods Drive address, indicator, still good? Yep, you got something in the mail telling you to be here?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Will you check Mr. Mack? Looks like there's a real old something that we can probably ignore, but we should just confirm. Thanks. Ms. Beza, it looks like this is a busy calendar for you. This is your case, I think, based on the charges. Anything from the state? We'll go through whether there's going to be arraignment after Ms. Rios can chat with him, but anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Mack, your bond is pretty old also. It's from October of 24. You were to have no contact with a Ms. Pitts. Has that been the situation, or has that been complicated?
They like no problem.
Okay. All right. We'll talk with Ms. Rios about that. I don't know who Ms. Pitts is to you, but if that's something that, okay, well, you talk with Ms. Rios about it, and she'll let me know if we need to do something about that. And we'll circle back to that. All right. Mohammed Doumbouya. Did I say your last name correctly? Yes. Great. Good morning. Ms. Wood, have you spoken with Mr. Doumbouya?
No, Your Honor, I will. He had a private attorney at first appearance, so we did not have a file on this case, but I'm happy to speak with him and see if he qualifies.
Were you, sir, planning on hiring a lawyer? Have you already hired a lawyer?
Yes, I hired
Okay, when are you planning on doing that?
Well, I just gotta get a hold of them, so this year.
Okay, what's his name?
Julian Lane, he was at my first appearance.
Okay, that's who you were working with originally. Got it. Last name you said is Lane? Are you still at an apartment on Camp Creek Parkway? Okay. You got something in the mail telling you to be here? All right. You think you and Mr. Lane can make arrangements, you said within a week or so? So if we reset this, I'm gonna get a date before you leave, so you know the date. If we reset this, you'll get Mr. Lane to either file an entry and a waiver of arraignment, he'll tell you what that means, or he'll show up with you the next time we need you in court. Okay, you're not worried about the financial part of that. Okay, great. Well, if you take a seat, I will get a date from my litigation manager, and once I have that date, when you need to be back here with Mr. Lane, then you'll be good to go. Robert Bolton. Good morning, Mr. Bolton. Hey, how you been? A new case?
Well, I guess the new day, you know, we're back in all
Well, it's only one case at least. It's on here twice as well, but, all right. Mr. Bolton and I go back a ways. I can't remember if Zero is Rios or Wood. It's Wood.
He's mine, Judge. He actually has, there is a separate SD case. It's just not on the calendar. It would be Ms. Rios, but I'll take both of them. Would you like that number?
Yes, please, but I'm pulling up the first one. Okay, yes. Oh, it's 6145.
Yes, Judge.
Oh, but you're gonna take the higher one. That's so nice. Look at that teamwork. Okay. So Mr. Bolton, you have two cases. Is that news to you or not news to you? That's news. That's not welcome news, is it? So one of the cases, and we're not talking about the substance, don't comment on them at all, but one of them, the allegation is a burglary in the first degree, supposedly in September of 24. And the other case is real close in time. It's a theft by taking trespass. That was in non-complex and got sent here. That's the slightly older indictment. And then there's the newer indictment. And here we are. Okay, you're out on bond, which is good. Ms. Wood, do you want to chat with Mr. Bolton?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, then Mr. Bolton, let me just confirm your address. I've got a Linford Drive. Is that a stable address? Hey, Ms. Williams, good morning. How long you been staying there? Years. Okay, good. Keep staying there. All right. Ms. Wood's going to talk to you and she'll make a plan for what we're doing this morning. Okay? Anything from the state as to Mr. Bolton?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. And you were aware of the other case as well?
Pulling it up, I was looking at the incident date versus the arrest date, so I don't think it's subject to any motion on behalf of the state.
No. Okay. All right. Then we will sort out the arraignment of both those, move those together. All right. Preston Cobb. Good morning, Mr. Cobb. Ms. Rios, your case?
Yes, Your Honor. I've talked to Mr. Cobb and I filed a waiver.
All right. Mr. Sperry, yours for now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Cobb, let me take a quick look at your case. You filed the waiver when?
Last night.
Oh, last night. Okay. All right. It was an old situation. Okay. You still at Waterfall Court?
Yes, sir, and also I need to update my address. It also, it's supposed to be 5429, but yeah, it's something like 5429.
So I've got 5249.
It's 5429.
Okay, well, we've got a change of address form. Deputy Gordon's going to get that to you. And if you'll fill out the correct address, we'll get it in the system. Thanks for flagging that. All right. Ms. Rios, do you need to chat with Mr. Cobb?
Unless he needs to chat with me, I have his number and his mom's number.
All right. Mr. Cobb, do you have a way of reaching Ms. Rios? Okay. Do you want to talk with her some today, or are you good? Okay, then if you'll fill out that form, get it to Deputy Gordon, and then just sit tight. Ms. Rios will talk with you when we get through the calendar. You're welcome. Lorna Heath.
Good morning, Your Honor. Leif Howard. Good to hear your voice, Your Honor.
Good to see your face.
I can't see your face.
No, that's probably better for everyone.
I filed and I gave it to Ms. Nelson, our entry of appearance, request for discovery, and a pointless waiver of arraignment last night. But I filed all that and I gave it to Ms. Nelson. And I talked with ADA Boykin about the Chief Deputy ADA Boykin about this case, and we hope to resolve it before the next court date. And we plead not guilty and ask for 10 days to file motions once we're in receipt of the evidence.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tanya Boykin.
Good morning, Ms. Boykin.
I'm also on the next two cases. They're co-defendants in anti-corruption cases.
Okay.
If that is correct, I will see his waiver of appearance.
Okay. Mr. Howard, did Ms. Nelson excuse Ms. Heath, or is Ms. Heath online also?
Ms. Heath is present online.
Great. Is that the Samsung?
Yes, Your Honor, that's her.
Hey there, Ms. Heath, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning. All right, I'm just pulling up your case so I can make sure I understand all the things Mr. Howard just said. There is Ms. Heath. All right, and you had your bond modified by? Okay. Judge Cora.
That had to deal with an ankle monitor.
Got it. And Ms. Boykin, have you been involved with the case from the beginning? Like you would have been part of this bond modification, or it's yours now that it's indicted?
I've been involved for some time since I've been over the unit. So
Okay.
not from the very beginning, but since I've been over.
How long have you been over the unit?
About a year.
All right, great. So Mr. Howard, what I need you to do is file a waiver of arraignment. You're saying.
I did, Your Honor.
Oh, when did you file that?
Last night.
Oh, last night. Okay, great. So that'll hit the.
I know it didn't meet your deadline, but I filed it.
You know what? I'm gonna let that slide. So here's how it flows. You don't need to worry about the 10 days or this or that. Once we see the waiver, once it's hit the docket, and we'll need to figure out what's happening with Ms. Calloway and Mr. Arnold as well. But I'll issue a scheduling order, and that's going to have a deadline for Ms. Boykin to get to you all the discovery. Your motions deadline is not triggered until that discovery deadline. So you don't need to worry about, I waived arraignment, I have 10 days to do X or Y. You have more than that. Ms. Boykin, is discovery in this case something you've already got your arms around, or is it ongoing?
We already have our arms around it, so it shouldn't take long for us to send it to Attorney Howard.
Okay, and is it?
The co-defendants as well.
Okay, is it sendable in a Dropbox type situation, or do they need to bring a hard drive and get it put on a hard drive?
I believe it's Dropbox, but if there's a lot of media, which sometimes we have from our jail cases, it may need to be on an external drive.
Okay.
I'll have to check that.
All right, you'll coordinate with Mr. Howard.
I will.
All right, great. I just don't want, if discovery is ready, I don't want the transfer of it to slow things down, just so this case is a little older, and newer indictment, but older facts. So I want to be nudging it along if discovery is a hiccup, but it sounds like you're ready with that.
And
so
Dropbox means I don't have to go to Target.
There you go. Well, we'll see if that works. I am confident that you and Ms. Boykin will be able to make it work. But if there's any hiccup, feel free to reach out to me. And Ms. Heath, you won't see me again until either we're having a hearing on some motion or motions that Mr. Howard filed on your behalf, or if he and you work the case out and there's a resolution, then we'll be doing that. And you'll probably need to be here in court for that. Okay?
Okay.
All right, Mr. Howard, anything else on behalf of Ms. Heath?
No, Your Honor. That's it.
Ms. Boykin, anything else on behalf of the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Heath, you're free to go. Mr. Howard, you're free to go. You're welcome to listen in to the remaining two co-defendants if you want, but I'll get you guys off the screen. Appreciate it.
Hey, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Juanita Calloway. Hello, Ms. Calloway. Do you have a lawyer? Okay. Do you need a lawyer appointed to represent you? All right. Ms. Wood, does your office already represent Mr. Arnold?
We do, Judge.
Okay. Then, Ms. Calloway, we need to get a lawyer appointed to represent you. We can do that. Ms. Wood, are you able to talk to Ms. Calloway just about finances? I'm not doubting that she needs appointed counsel, but I don't know that I have the ability to tell Mr. Luemba that he needs to appoint someone if you guys haven't done that filter first.
Judge, it looks like I'll double check with our office, but since Ms. Steffo was assigned previously.
Oh, right. That would be a sign that the conflict defender had plugged in. Okay. So do you notify Mr. Luemba or GPDC, or is that, it's been a minute?
It's GPDC, but I will, I'll double check with Mr. Haddad this morning.
Okay, great. So Ms. Calloway, here's what's going to happen. You had a lawyer. Did you ever meet Ms. Steffo? Okay, so that lawyer was your lawyer for pre-indictment matters. We're now post-indictment. You've been indicted, and that office needs to get you a different lawyer. Ms. Steffo generally doesn't handle things once they're indicted. So we'll make sure that happens, and I'm going to set a new date for when you need to be here. And by that time, hopefully that lawyer will have contacted you, but at least that lawyer will be here so you two can meet and we'll move the case forward. Okay? Does that make sense, or was that confusing?
I didn't get that. I don't know if you guys have any of my contact.
Well, I'm going to check that. I don't want to have you leave, because what I'd like to be able to do is pass information on once we learn that the lawyer is so-and-so to get that. I have an address that's Northside Drive, but that doesn't look like it would be accurate. How about this? I'm going to have Deputy Gordon give you a note card, and if you would write on it your name and a good phone number and a good email address, that would be, and I guess we need a good mailing address, because I don't ever call you, but I'll send you some. My office will send you something in the mail as to when you need to be here again. So if you could put that down, we'll share that with the lawyer who's appointed to represent you. So maybe you two can talk in advance of your next court date, but we'll also then get into the system something better than this Northside Drive address. Does that make sense?
It does. I'm just concerned about the time frame.
Tell me what your concern is.
Okay, so I was arrested in 2024.
Yes, long time ago.
Right, and we're just now getting to it. I just wanted to know, like, the timeframe, if we spend a longer or anything like that.
Meaning you'd like it to move quickly?
Yeah.
Okay, me too. So we'll do that, but we've got a prosecutor who's working hard at it. She needs to have 3 lawyers in the mix so she can get the discovery to each of the 3 lawyers. It sounds like the only missing piece is getting you your lawyer, and I'm gonna work on that, okay? You bet. Ms. Boykin, anything you want to add on the Calloway side of things?
No,
You need a defense attorney. Okay.
Your Honor.
Ms. Wood?
It looks like our office sent this out to Mr. Luemba on December 17th.
Great. So it should be on his radar.
Yes.
I can nudge him. All right. That brings us to Reginald Arnold.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Is he? Okay. He's not on this call. Did you do a waiver? You need to talk with Mr. Arnold?
Yes, and I was gonna, just judging by what time he has left, I was gonna see if we could hopefully work something out.
I think so.
I'm sorry, Judge, he is supposed to be on the call. It might be because Washington State is still on the call. I'm not sure, but I'll confirm.
Okay, and then we could pivot to Riverbend. What's your understanding, Ms. Wood, of how much time remains?
Oh,
His past release date is May 1/32.
Okay, that's a big number. All right, well, Ms. Boykin didn't say no when you said maybe we could work it out, so that's a good start. We'll see where that goes. So you haven't done a waiver, you wanted to connect with Mr. Arnold?
correct.
All right, let's see if we can do that today. We don't need to worry about Mr. Arnold's address. And Ms. Boykin, you're welcome to stay to see if we get Mr. Arnold on through GDC. I don't mean to pin you down in 8D if you've got other places you need to go, unless you've got other cases on here.
You're right, that's my final case. I do have other courtrooms to report to.
Okay,
So if I may be excused, I'll certainly follow with the public defender's office. I think we're on the same page with that.
okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Ernest Phillips.
Your Honor, on December 31st, a waiver of arraignment and entry of appearance was filed. I know that ADA Willingham has been in contact with the defense attorney regarding a resolution of this case, and a diversion referral was made. We don't know the result of that yet.
Okay, and Mr. Rousey's the name I've got. Is that who Ms. Willingham's been talking with?
That is correct, even as recent as December 30th.
Great, okay. Yep, there's the waiver. So it doesn't sound like you're concerned on behalf of Ms. Willingham or your office that Mr. Phillips is not here. It seems like it's a situation where the two sides are engaged.
That is correct, Your Honor, for this
Okay.
case.
All right. Kerwin McCallman. We have some lawyers here.
I did have a previous representation, I was able to maintain it, but I am in the process of getting the legal again.
So, Mr. McCallman, did you have Mr. Smith as your lawyer? Okay, and let me pull up
You
the.
signed an order allowing him to, Caitlin Mulcahy on behalf of the state judge, on behalf of Crimes Against Children Unit. You signed an order allowing Attorney Smith to withdraw, I believe it was December 2024. It was a pre-indictment.
Yes, there it is. Did I handle bond? Is that, I don't know why I'm not doubting you. It's just, no, Judge Brooks did. So someone did. A judge, it would be odd for me to be handling pre-indictment stuff unless it related to, because this isn't a case where they couldn't hear bond. Either way, we've got Ms. Williams's leave letter, and then today's plea and arraignment. So, Mr. McCallman, you intend to hire a lawyer? How much time do you need?
I'm not quite sure, I've been trying to continue to do so, but I'm not quite sure.
Tell me what you mean by trying.
Well, you know, it's very expensive, especially for my legal case, but just looking at it.
Okay, does that mean you've been talking with lawyers, or you go online and say, boy, these numbers are big?
I've been speaking with various attorneys since my separation from Mr. Smith.
Okay. So I need you to give me an estimate because I need to let Ms. McGillicuddy know, here's when we're going to be back in court again. And that's sort of a deadline for you to track a lawyer down. Mr. Smith was relieved of his responsibilities over a year ago. So, well, not quite. It'll be a year and 8 days. So you've had a while.
Yes, sir. Which is true. As you know, even prior to that, we have a lot of financials that I paid even leading up to that. That's my separation from Mr. Smith, and so it's been sort of kind of been challenging.
Okay. Are you working?
Yes, sir.
Tell me what you do.
I'm a account manager for a security company.
Okay. And is that a full-time job?
Yes, sir.
All right. We're going to try about a month. I'm going to reset this for plea and arraignment about a month out. Ms. McGillicuddy, tell me your thoughts as to how much we should extend this. I know there are, your office is working with a family that has thoughts about this as well.
Judge, I would say if we could put it on a calendar for 30 days out and then see where he is at that time.
Okay.
If there's a compelling reason for additional time, I could see us extending it or being okay with extending it.
Okay. So Mr. McCallum, it's probably going to be like 45 days anyway. I don't have calendars right at the 30-day point. But I'm going to get a date before you go to let you know when that is. I've got you, oh my gosh, I've got you living in Ohio. Okay, on Forest Grove Avenue. All right. Another reason to get an attorney is that attorney can help you navigate. If we had done your arraignment today, it might have been okay for you to appear from Ohio and not be all the way here. Then you could be affording the attorney as opposed to driving or airfare or whatever. So we'll set it out a little ways, and you need to, I guess, redouble your efforts in trying to line someone up. It sounds like with a full-time job, you are not going to qualify for appointed counsel. So you are going to need to work on that and keep us posted. But if you would take a seat, I will wait to get a date from my staff so I'll verbally advise you. You'll still get something in the mail at the Ohio address.
Judge, I believe that's all I have for this morning. May I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
And are you having a 4 p.m. conference?
Yes, I will be back for that. The city council is getting sworn in today, and I'm part of that process. And I was told 15 minutes, and now it's 2 hours.
Okay.
But I'll be back for that. It would impact the probation thing. So please, yes, that is Zoomable if you want to hop on. So you could be in your office, your home office, whatever. I don't ever require folks to be here. We're just talking about what's likely to go and not go.
Okay.
So yes to the 4 p.m., but you're able to hop on Zoom.
Thank you.
You bet. Thank you for being here. Craig Daniels.
Now I'm covering this case for Deputy DA Siri Patel. It looks like it's on for inquiry.
Yeah, the name is familiar and I need to see if this is, this is another out-of-state guy who fired Mr. Monsiagli and needed to be here in person. So he's not here. He doesn't have a lawyer. He was supposed to show up with a lawyer. I know it lists Mr. Smith, but that was a lawyer before Mr. Monsiagli. So I will entertain a motion for a bench warrant.
Yes, Your Honor, the state would request a bench warrant on this case,
Okay,
and we will submit it to the court.
thank you. Linton Greenway. Hey, Mr. Greenway.
Morning.
Happy New Year.
Sergeant,
You coming straight from the hospital?
I need to go.
You need to get to the hospital. You are in this same situation as, very different case, but Mr. McCalman and Ms. Ballard. You're looking for a lawyer. And what's your update?
Y'all, I don't think I'm ready, so forward one, I'm gonna have to have a on to the best that I can.
Okay. Well, who's Mr. Sperry?
Yes, Your Honor.
So Mr. Greenway has had 3 different calendar dates to retain counsel. Ms. Rios and Ms. Wood have been real gracious in chatting with him, and he continues to not qualify for appointed counsel. And he has explained each time that he's just not able to, I guess, bring together enough funds to hire the lawyer that he's finding. So we need to move the case forward. I'm empowered to do that. And Mr. Greenway in the past has said, can I just talk with the prosecutor? And I've said, let's give you one more try to get a lawyer. But 3 was enough, really 4. Since this is the 4th time Mr. Greenway's been here. So what we're going to do today, Mr. Greenway, is handle your arraignment. That's when I tell you what your charges are, and advise you of some rights that you already know about, which is you have the right to silence and you have the right to have a lawyer appointed if you can afford one. If you can't afford one, but it's been decided that you can afford one. So, but let's do that, and I'll reconfirm your address, and then you and Mr. Sperry can chat some. It may just be that you give him contact information because he may have a colleague ultimately who talks with you about the case. But we'll see how that plays out. But I do need to move it forward. So if you come up to the podium. Good morning, Ms. Rivers.
Good morning, Judge. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. You ready to take this down?
Yes, I am.
Great. Deputy Gordon, could you adjust the screen a little bit so Ms. Rivers is able to see Mr. Greenway? Thank you. All right, Mr. Greenway, your case is 25 SC 001819, and you're charged in your indictment with 1 count of aggravated assault and 1 count of possession of a firearm during commission of a felony. I'm going to tell you what the specific charging language is, ask you a few questions, tell you a few things. We're not going to talk about the substance of the case. Don't say I didn't do it or it was an accident. That's not the time for this, especially not on the record in court. There may come a time where if you continue to represent yourself, you talk about the substance of the case with a prosecutor, but that's a decision for you to make. What will flow from today, after I tell you about the charges and you enter your plea, is that the prosecution, the district attorney's office will get you the discovery that they have. That would be police reports, if there's body cam, a statement from Tony Williams, if Tony Williams gave a statement. You may have said something to the police. They'll give you your statement. Whatever they've got that is their body of proof, the reason why they think they could prove to a jury that you did these 2 things, they need to give that to you. And they will. And then you'll know, ooh, my goose is cooked, or I thought it was better than this. Let's go to trial. But you're entitled to that, and you'll get that. And then you'll be in a position to talk more with the lawyer. And you may, and this is 100% your call, say, I'll take that information, but I know what happened. I was there, and I'm interested in working this out, Mr. or Ms. Prosecutor. So what does that look like? And the prosecutor could say, 100 years in prison. You could say, well, then I need to go to trial. And they may say, we spoke with Mr. Williams, and based on your criminal history, we think it could be something real small. I don't know, and judges don't get involved with those negotiations, but if you do negotiate something, then we come back and we see if that's how it's going to work out.
Okay.
Today, though, I just inform you of the charges, a little bit about your rights, and send you on your way to work.
Thank you.
Okay? Count 1 charges you with aggravated assault, and the allegation is that you here in Fulton County on April 29th in 2023 did unlawfully commit an assault upon Tony Williams with a handgun. That's a deadly weapon. And you did it by pointing the handgun at, toward, and in the direction of Tony Williams, which placed him in reasonable apprehension or fear of immediately receiving a violent injury. So the allegation is not that you shot him. It's basically, if you distill it, you pointed a gun at this guy. And that was real scary for him. That's the allegation. Count 2 charges you with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And the specific allegation is that here in Fulton County, on that same day, April 29th, 2023, you unlawfully had on your person a handgun during the commission, which is a firearm, during the commission of a felony against another person. And that felony is that aggravated assault. So there's a charge of you pointed a gun at Mr. Williams, and then this related charge of, hey, you had a gun when you committed this crime, which of course makes sense you would if the allegation is you pointed a gun at someone. So 2 counts, aggravated assault, which carries with it a penalty of 1 to 20 years. Probably, I don't know what your connection is to Mr. Williams. It's not alleged differently, so it's 1 to 20 years. And the penalty for that firearms offense is an additional 5 years that would run consecutive to whatever sentence you got for the aggravated assault. There's no mandatory minimum. These are all probatable numbers. So if you're negotiating with the state and they say 3, that could be 3 years probation. Doesn't have to be time in prison, but the maximum you're looking at is 25 years in custody, and the minimum would be some term of probation or a suspended sentence if you were to plead to both those counts. Okay? Today, I need you to tell me if you're entering a plea of guilty, which means you're resolving the case today, or what normally happens, a plea of not guilty, which you can always change later. You're not setting yourself up for, you lied to the judge because later on you pled guilty. This is just a placeholder that allows the process to move forward. So I need you to tell me whether you're pleading guilty or not guilty at this time.
Not guilty.
Okay. Will you authorize me or someone on my staff to electronically sign the indictment entering your not guilty plea today, January 5th, 2026?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sperry, can we sign on your behalf to the indictment as well, indicating Mr. Greenway's not guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Greenway, the address that I've got for you is Stokeswood Avenue. Still good? Okay. That's where you'll get notices sent from my office about when you need to be in court again. You are going to want to figure out how to register with what's called e-filing so that when things are filed into your docket, you get an electronic copy of that.
Okay.
And you can reach out to the clerk's office. They'll tell you how to do that. A prosecutor might tell you at least where to look online, but you're going to want to do that because as I file something like the scheduling order that's going to come after today, that'll show you the deadlines of what's happening next with your case. So you want to make sure you do that. We don't mail out. The only thing that comes in the mail is your court dates.
Okay.
So you'll know when you next need to be in court, but you won't know maybe the state filed a motion, what's called other acts, where they think, hey, you did this to Mr. Williams some other time or someone else some other time, and they want to use it at your trial. You wouldn't know that they have filed that notice if you're not plugged into what's called e-filing. It's free. It just means that when something's filed in the docket, you get a little email saying, you're going to want to read this.
Okay.
So make sure you do that. If you move, you got to let us know. That's on you. The Postal Service does not contact the court to say Greenway now lives in Marietta.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Understood.
Any questions about any of that?
No.
Mr. Sperry, do you want to leave Mr. Greenway with your contact information? I'll let you decide, but I'd ask you to give Mr. Greenway the contact information for someone from your office so that he can establish a connection and then you all know the best way to get him discovery. Mr. Greenway, typically the way the state provides discovery is through a Dropbox link, and you click on that and it's got digitally all the police reports. Maybe there's body cam if an officer showed up and the thing was recording. That's part of what you're entitled to because it might have things you were saying to the police or Mr. Williams was saying to the police that the state would want to use and that you might want to use. So it's not going to be a package they mail you. It'll probably be something that they email you, a link, and you handle it that way.
Okay.
Okay?
No problem.
Any questions about any of that?
No, sir.
Mr. Sperry, I haven't done an arraignment in a long time. Was there anything else you thought, I guess 2 other things about your rights. Know that you continue to have a right to silence. So you're going to maybe give your contact information to a prosecutor. If a prosecutor calls you and says, well, let's talk about your case, you're free to do that, but you don't have to. You could say, I don't want to talk to you. I'm going to see you in court. You could do that. I don't know how that's going to move your case along, but that's 100% your call. No one can coerce you into talking about your case. You decide that. If your financial circumstances change, you're not employed and you think now I will get below that threshold, know that you can have a lawyer appointed to represent you. You're also free to hire a lawyer at any time. You play the lottery and you win. You're not stuck representing yourself. You could bring someone on board at any point. And like I said, you could circle back saying, I lost my job and now I don't even have two nickels to rub together. And if you did qualify, Ms. Wood or Ms. Rios, based on your case number, it'd be Ms. Rios will jump in and she'll represent you. But if financial circumstances don't change and you don't bring anyone on board, then you are your representative. And so if you want to talk to the state about resolving the case, then you'll probably need to be willing to talk about the facts and circumstances of the case.
Understood.
All right. Mr. Sperry, anything else you'd want to get on the record in connection with Mr. Greenway's arraignment?
For purposes of arraignment, no, Your Honor. However, I think it might be wise in the notes section to indicate that we may need a full Ferretta hearing at less procedurally heavy matters.
Yeah. So, Mr. Greenway, a Ferretta hearing is a conversation you and I have with the state present on the record where I advise you of your right to represent yourself. And then it's going to feel like I try to talk you out of it because I talk about all the disadvantages of self-representation because you're not a lawyer, you may miss defenses, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to do that today because today you simply said, hey, I want to move the case forward. I'm entering this plea of not guilty. If in the end you and a prosecutor reach some negotiated resolution, I'll probably want to get on the record a full discussion about you acknowledging your rights to counsel. If you can afford it, you hire one. If you can't, as in you meet that threshold, one will be appointed, just so we do the belt and suspenders, but we don't need to do that today.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions?
No.
Okay. You'll get, as I said, notice mailed to the Stokeswood Avenue address when you need to be in court again. But you do want to plug into this e-filing system so you get the other things that are.
I can call the clerk.
Yeah, the clerk's office will tell you what to do. They'll say, go to eFile Georgia, and then you register. And as long as you've got an email address, which I trust you do, then you're good to go.
Okay.
All right?
All right.
So before you go, just get some type of contact information from Mr. Sperry, and then we'll see what happens.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks a lot, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, may I be excused?
Yes, ma'am. Who is the ADA who will be handling the probation situation this afternoon? It's Mr. Sperry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good. All right, then yes, ma'am. You're good to go. Thank you. All right, so that was the calendar. Let me see. Ms. Rios, if you could hop on with Mr. Moses. That way we can free up Washington State. Mr. Francois never made it because he's in Gwinnett. Ms. Ballard, you're going to talk with the public defender again about your finances. Mr. Cook, we were going to see what his lawyer had to say. There's no Mr. Cook here? Oh, okay.
There was a waiver filed. Parties were excused regarding Mr. Cook.
Oh, they were excused. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Mack, I've spoken to you and I will waiver filed.
All right, is Mr. Mack still here?
Yes.
All right, he's good to go?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Mack, thanks for your time. We'll see you. Mr. Dumbuya, your next date is February 9th at 9:30. We'll still mail something to you, but that means you and Mr. Lane need to make things happen before then. And he has things he can do that would make it so you can skip that court date. But he'll know if that's what he wants to do. But you will need, if he doesn't excuse you from being in court, You'll need to be here on February 9th at 9:30. All right, you want to put that in your phone or you got it locked in? When is it?
February 9:30.
9:30. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Mr. Bolton, someone's talking with him. Ms. Heath, we took care of. Ms. Calloway, we're all set. Mr. McCalman, you've got that same date of February 9th at 9:30. Okay? I'm sorry, 9th. Did I say 8th? February 9th. February 9th at 9:30. There'll be something sent to your address in Ohio. If you end up lining an attorney up, that attorney ought to ask on your behalf, and I'll likely say yes. Hey, could Mr. McCalman appear on the 9th virtually so you don't have to travel all the way down here? But you need a lawyer on board to be reaching out both to the prosecutor and to my staff saying, how about a virtual appearance, okay? Any questions?
If I'm not able to retain an attorney in that time period, I will definitely do my best. But
Then you'll need to be back here in person. Okay?
yes, sir. Thank you.
You bet. You are? Ah, all right. Mr. Batiste made it.
Oh, good. I'll speak with you. I have an announcement, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
For Mr. Bolton, we're just gonna waive arraignment today and we're not guilty.
As to both cases?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Bolton, that waiver will move your cases forward. The DA's office will get discovery to Ms. Wood so she can talk to you about what the cases, both cases look like. And then I'll see you either because Ms. Wood thinks there's some motions that we need to argue or because you all have worked something out. In the meantime, keep your head down and stay out of trouble, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you need Mr. Bolton to stick around?
No, Your Honor.
All right. See you around.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right, Mr. Moses, if you could unmute on your end, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room so you can speak privately with your lawyer, and then we'll figure out a plan. There we go. Thank you. And let me get you in one of those rooms. Excellent. I saw an email from you. I didn't have a chance to look at it. Let me take a quick look. Huh. He's a busy guy. Okay.
Thank you for including the instant date. That makes my life a little easier.
That example of someone is trying that he's not in like issue or he doesn't have any characteristics on his GCS.
Okay. Mr. Sperry, the Kinney revocation hearing, what Ms. Nelson was able to recall is that maybe there were going to be some virtual appearances because the allegations stem from Wilcox County, which is not nearby. So if we have to reschedule, it sounds like fortunately the officers haven't been driving 5 hours to be here.
Correct.
Okay, good. Mr. Kinney?
Yes.
Okay, so there's more to his roster. Okay.
We got the petition of that, and you should have that somewhere. Because I was able to get the officer updated petition, got it started, and she got it served as a Friday.
I believe both officers are going to appear virtually, so.
Good. If we
I have a
have,
drive from Clayton, as I know, every morning, driving on back.
oh, we were going to hear from Clayton as well this afternoon, not just Wilcox. Okay.
So he picked up and he charged it.
Okay, I don't have, what I received from you this morning through Ms. Nelson was Clifford Gadsden and Michael Ryder. So those are old. No. Had you, Mr. Sperry and Ms. Rios, had a chance to talk about the Kinney matter? As in, he still wants to go forward with it, or dang, now with the Clayton situation, we don't need a full-blown evidentiary hearing?
Judge, I have not talked to opposing counsel. However, Ms. Smith had already over the weekend, including yesterday, sent over what she had prepared as her direct and cross-examination questions if needed.
Okay.
So I believe she was still preparing as though this was going to be a hearing.
Okay.
It was coming to you this afternoon, because it's what they had.
Okay.
Can we, before you go ahead and send it to you now?
Sure.
It is maybe this happening.
Yes, thank you.
Judge, for Mr. Batiste,
Yes, ma'am.
we will waive formal arraignment and our plead not guilty today.
All right, that was a Ms. Beza case. So I guess we just need to let her know to halt the bench warrant.
Okay,
Judge, I already texted her.
Great.
On receipt.
thank you.
All right. Let me talk with Mr. Batiste just a second. So, Mr. Batiste, did you give all your good contact information to Ms. Wood? All right, she's gonna be able to track you down. Do you still live on Point View Drive in Atlanta? All right, then we need to do a change of address. You can come on up and sit next to Ms. Wood. You just gotta fill that out.
The last public defender.
Oh,
That's what we're talking about today's date.
perfect. Gee, just put your stuff on there. Awesome. So I will just give you a call when I get recovery, okay?
Okay.
Judges, you good to go?
You got a good address?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Batiste, the only condition on your bond was to stay away from an address on Bolton.
Correct.
You're still doing that?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, you are good to go. Ms. Wood will be in touch with you. We'll figure out what's happening with your case. Don't be late next time.
Thank you.
All right, no problem. All right, Ms. Wood, did you have anything else this morning?
Ms. Ballard.
Excellent. Please do. And then I need to, if you have a minute, talk to you. You came by before the break. I just want to give you an update.
Perfect.
And Mr. Spratt, I don't mean to keep you here. We just got to figure out what we're doing with Mr. Moses.
Judge, if it frees up my afternoon, I'm not complaining.
Okay. You'll be here for the 4 o'clock?
I'm not familiar with the 4 o'clock calendar.
It is, if you are working with Ms. Smith, mostly her cases, it's an opportunity to talk about what is happening with the trial calendar. On Wednesday is the call of the trial calendar. The calendar actually goes a week from today. And so I bring together the public defenders and all the prosecutors who have cases on it. And we don't get into it's a good case, bad case so much as, is this likely to go? And in the end, for Ms. Smith, you got 8 cases that could go. How would you rank them? This officer is okay, so let's emphasize these 2 so that both sides know this is what we really ought to get ready for. And it's a chance for the 2 sides to say, that's really likely going to be a plea on Wednesday, so that we start to shape what is most likely to be that trial that goes out on Monday.
Yes, Your Honor, I'll make sure is it on via Zoom or in person?
It's what Ms. McGillicuddy was asking about. So somehow she knew about it. But it can be either. I'm going to be sitting right here. And some lawyers like to come in here. Others like to do it from their office or wherever.
I'm generally in person, not a person.
Okay. So I'll be here, but you are welcome to do it from a remote location.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. So I should bring Mr. Moses back in. Okay.
I don't know.
Hold on a sec.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hey there, Mr. Moses, can you hear us? Great. Give 16th. Yeah, if he can join, that'd be great. What we're doing with this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if we can, that'd be great. Just to move that along. Ms. Rios.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hey, that's okay. We got Mr. Moses. You had a chance to talk with him. What are we doing today?
I'm going to file a waiver.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Moses, thank you for being patient. Ms. Rios is going to file a waiver of arraignment for you. And then she's going to get discovery from the state. She's going to want to talk to you about discovery. And then you and she will figure out a plan as to whether your case is resolvable, not resolvable. If it is, we'll patch you in like this again. The Department of Corrections is really good with the Zoom stuff. We won't drag you all the way back here to sort it out if we don't need to, okay? Do you have any questions about what we're doing today? Nope, okay. Well, I appreciate your time and thank you folks out at Washington State for keeping Mr. Moses on.
You're welcome. Y'all have a great day.
You too, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, Ms. Wood, if you don't mind sitting tight, we're going to see if we can get Mr. Arnold on from Riverdale.
And I have it on position 6, Ms. Ballard.
All right, hold on one sec. Well, he seemed, yeah, okay. I'll put a little question mark next to that. Ms. Ballard, yes.
She does qualify, Judge.
She
so-
does?
Yes, so I will enter, or I'll file a waiver and enter a plea of not guilty today.
Look at that. Okay. Waiver and scheduling order. And Ms. Ballard, did I already confirm your address or did we not do that? Well, I'm gonna look right now. That was my question. So I've got an apartment on Bentley Road.
Yeah, that's the one where things are complicated, so I don't think I'll be there.
So what I need is an address that you're comfortable if someone in my office mails something to you saying, Ms. Ballard, you need to come to court on date X, that's a good address. So if it's not this apartment on Bentley Road, do you have one that you know, or you're gonna be getting a new one and that's what you'd like to use the new one? Okay, then we're gonna leave the Bentley Road one in. When you get that new one, you gotta let Ms. Wood know so that she can update your address in the system. That's on you. It's not on Ms. Wood. And like I was telling someone else, the Postal Service doesn't tell us that you've moved. We'll send this notice to the Bentley Road, you'll miss court, and it's a warrant, and you don't want to do that. So it's okay that you move. You just need to inform Ms. Wood of that new address. What time frame are you thinking of? No, of moving. Like, are you moving tomorrow? Are you moving in 6 months? Okay. But this Bentley Road address is good for now? Okay, all right. Only other thing. You gave us this Bentley Road address just like a month ago.
Well, our roommate, like, so I'm not really stable with my.
Okay. All right. Well, if it changes, let us know. Just keep in mind, it's on you to keep us posted of those things. The other thing I wanted to talk about was bond. In your bond order, it's the year to stay away from someone named Patrick Hoffman and someone named Taylor Fields. Do you know who those people are?
I was in one time.
Okay, so it shouldn't be hard to stay away. It's not like a coworker or a cousin. Okay, all right, good. That's it. Ms. Wood, anything else on behalf of Ms. Ballard?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, did you have any questions for me, Ms. Ballard? No? Okay, then you'll get notice of your next court date through the mail, currently going to that Bentley address. It would be a few months from now, because really what happens next is the prosecution is given time to get discovery to your lawyer. Then Ms. Wood and you look over all this and decide, are we going to file motions or not? And if there aren't motions to file, then your final plea date is probably not for a few months.
So if I get a PO box, I can change the address, then,
You can.
okay,
Okay. All right. Sounds good. See you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, and you have Ms. Wood's contact information? All right, great.
Just to follow up on Mr. Moses, I had a chance to look into it. And it looks like the FTA is based upon a simple battery that's being dealt with down in state court and was issued while he was incarcerated in the state system. So that would have to be handled by Judge Morrison.
Got it. Okay, so in theory, there is a bench warrant in the system, but it's a state court bench warrant that probably will go away because Mr. Moses couldn't have made it to court anyway.
Yes, sir.
Got it. Thank you. Let me see if we have nope, we're gonna have to reset Mr. Arnold, which we will do, hopefully in short order. So what I'd like to do, Ms. Rios, is chat real briefly about Mr. Kinney. He has new new situation as well, a Clayton County situation. Are you aware of that? Okay, I've got the new petition. It was sent to me this morning. I haven't read it yet. But it sounds like the state was planning on having officers from Wilcox County testify this afternoon, as well as officers from Clayton County. You feel like you're on notice of both those situations?
Yes, sir, they can email me.
Okay, good. I've got this conflict where at 1, it turns out that's when the inauguration is and people being sworn in. So I'll be out of pocket for a while. I don't know if we could do it earlier. I'm free between now and, but I don't know whether the officers are available. So Mr. Sperry would have to check on that. But we could do it now instead of at 1, or we could, okay. Which gets to my next question. As far as you know, Mr. Kinney still wants to charge forward with this.
I believe so. I think it was you who, Your Honor, who decided to have the hearing too, because we were so far apart.
Well, I don't ever force hearings on people, but I think what I said was, it's probably not going to end up the way your lawyer is advocating. And I don't feel like the state's recommendation is far from where I might be. And then everyone agreed, well, we should have a hearing. I don't know if it's changed in Mr. Kinney's mind because now there's this Clayton situation as well, or if that's made him all the more ready to challenge it.
I haven't been able to talk to him about the Clayton situation. I've gotten the emails, but I didn't have the chance to go to the jail and explain.
Okay. Why don't we do 2 things, Mr. Sperry? If you think you're able to reach out to either Wilcox or Clayton, I mean, the reality is it only takes 1. What's the Clayton allegation?
I believe both of them are possession of firearm by a convicted felon.
Okay.
Also to maybe save everyone some time here too, I also just talked to probation. I don't know what the prior recommendation was. It looks like he has 3 years, 9 months, and 3 days. Probation indicated that they would be seeking the balance. After a hearing, I would be seeking the balance. If he wishes to avail himself and take responsibility, I would be willing to make a recommendation on behalf of the state of half of the balance.
Okay. Well, that gets to part 2 of the project. It would be bring Mr. Kinney up and have Ms. Rios share that with Mr. Kinney. If you could reach out to see if any of the officers, we could even, I'm making it up, but if Clayton could appear virtually at 11, we could at least do the Clayton part of the hearing. And my point was simply, really only takes 1 possession of a firearm by a convicted felon to say you're now in penalty land. And so I'm good with either Wilcox or Clayton. So you do that outreach. Deputy Gordon, is Mr. Kinney up? Okay, if you could bring him up and Ms. Rios, you could chat with him. We'll take a break. And I'll pop back out here maybe in 10 minutes to see where we are with those things. I think that's it for today, other than we've got our 4 o'clock trial calendar conversation. Everyone agree?
Yes.
Excellent. All right. I will mute things out here. Ms. Rivers, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Great. So my understanding, Ms. Rios, is that Mr. Kinney now wants to resolve the revocation by way of admission or stipulation.
Stipulation, Your Honor, and we're all in agreement on the time.
Okay. Anything else we need to talk about before Mr. Kinney comes out?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Smith, man, I did call out your name after I had muted things, but it was just to, in case we were not going to be able to go forward with Mr. Kinney till later. I didn't want you to wait around. I was going to have you share criminal history information, but we're going to be able to go forward with it right now. Except you got off the call. Oh, well. All right, let's get on the record. This is 24 SC 003-335, State versus Kinney. Mr. Kinney is here. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, man.
He is here with his lawyer, Ms. Rios, and we have Mr. Sperry here for the state. Mr. Kinney, we had set this down for 1:30 this afternoon to have an evidentiary hearing on the petition that the Department of Community Supervision had filed seeking to revoke your probation on two bases. There was an arrest in Wilcox County, and then there was an arrest more recently in Clayton County. And when you and I and Ms. Rios were in court before, it was a different prosecutor, but same topic. Ms. Rios was recommending a pretty low number in terms of what the revocation should be, and the prosecutor had a much higher number, and I had indicated that I was inclined in the state's direction, and Ms. Rios said, then we better have a hearing because the state needs to prove it up, which of course you have a right to have that happen. Things have changed since then. You spent more time in custody, so earning that time, and the Department of Community Supervision added that Clayton situation. And it sounds like now you are interested in resolving the case through a stipulation rather than a full-blown hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Rios, why don't you tell me what Mr. Kinney is stipulating to, and we'll go from there.
Yes, Your Honor, he is stipulating to the arrest in both the Wilcox and Clayton County.
Okay. I've got the Wilcox County arrest of being in November of 24, so a little over a year ago, and the Clayton arrest being much more recent on 9/11 of last year. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. What do you know about the status, the procedural status of the Wilcox County case?
I believe it's still pending.
No indictment even?
No.
No? Okay. All right. So, Mr. Kinney, your lawyer is on your behalf stipulating to the fact that you were arrested twice for the offenses that are listed here. The common one being that you had a gun on you in both instances, which was a violation of your probation. I mean, getting arrested is a violation of your probation. All right, and what is your recommendation that I ought to do in connection with the stipulation?
We've agreed to revoke 18 months.
In the new year, I'm going to try to get revocations mathematically more accurate, so we don't run afoul of the recent appellate court decisions. That is 18 months prospectively. I'll make sure we're talking about the same thing because Ms. Simpson has helped me understand. Sometimes I say, oh, I'm revoking for a year, but I know that your client's been around for 9 months, so that only means 3 months. And we're all thinking that's 3 months at the county jail. And he then will go home from the county jail. But the law is pretty clear now about my inability to give credit for time that's served. And so I'm trying in the new year to pronounce the sentences prospectively. And so if I am going to revoke Mr. Kinney for 18 months, which is really only half of the remaining time, it would be 18 months from today. That doesn't mean you'd serve 18 months. You might get paroled early, all that kind of stuff. You're eligible for all that. But it would not be 18 months credit for time served from date X where people have to do math, because the trial judges are encouraged, probably a gentle way of putting it. The Court of Appeals was kind of stern about don't get in that space.
I've explained that the 18 months will be starting from today and that you don't get credit for the time he's been in. We did agree to also terminate the balance.
Okay, got it. So your recommendation is an 18-month revocation and terminate the balance, so that when Mr. Kinney is released, whether you get paroled early or whatnot, there's no additional probation for this case. It may be he's released to Wilcox County or to Clayton County, but we're done with the 24 SC case.
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Sperry, is that recommendation also the state's recommendation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything you want to add, Ms. Simpson, from DCS's side?
The Clayton case has been indicted, but it is still being.
Okay. It said has been indicted? All right. So you got active business in Clayton. I don't know what's going to happen down in Wilcox. What's your connection to Wilcox County?
No connection.
You just happen to be there?
Just happen to be there.
Okay. All right. Is home for you Clayton or Fulton?
Clayton.
Okay. All right. Anything you want to add?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Mann, thank you for hopping on the call. Can you share with me any criminal history information you have on Mr. Kinney? He was our afternoon calendar, so I don't know if that's something you had a chance to look into yet, but we're managing to take care of it this morning.
Okay, Your Honor. I do have that information. There are 14 cycles, Your Honor, and I haven't had a fine-tooth comb to go through it like I normally do, but there are 14 cycles, 10, 16, 25. I do think this is the one before you today on probation revocation. There is a 925 probation violation for battery. There is a I'm looking for an open case right now. There is a probation violation, battery, community service confinement, 95 days, credit with time served, no additional jail time. That date was on 5/21/24, Clayton County State Court. There is there's one misdemeanor conviction for the battery. There is that one was suspended for time served. There's a felony conviction for possession of a Schedule 1 or 2 controlled substance. That was 11/7/2024, Your Honor. And those are all of the convictions that I am seeing listed on GCIC, Your Honor. Nothing
Got it.
further.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you plugging in for that. All right. Mr. Kinney, nothing else?
Nothing else.
No? Okay. I do find that you violated the terms and conditions of your probation by way of these 2 arrests. It does sound like you're going to need to take care of things in Clayton County. They've already indicted it. I don't know what'll come with the Wilcox County situation. But in light of those arrests and really what was behind them and the substance of those arrests, I think it's appropriate to revoke your probation. I will revoke 18 months. That's 1 year and 6 months. And I will terminate your probation following that. So you will not be on probation for the drug case from 2024 that brings us together. Ms. Simpson, is Mr. Kinney on any other supervision or probation in your system? Okay, so when you're done with the sentence that you'll serve as a result of this revocation, this case is done. I don't know whether Clayton is going to try to resolve your case while you're serving the revocation, but that may be where you go next. But you'll be done with your Fulton business, okay? All right, Ms. Rios, thank you for your work on the case. Mr. Sperry, thank you.
That's right.
Oh.
Hate for my office to have to prosecute me.
So thank you guys for accelerating Mr. Kinney. We took care of that. We'll reconvene at 4 to talk about the trial calendar. It sounds like you've got a copy of the trial calendar.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Sperry? Okay, good. And again, the focus is to understand for the PD cases, we've got some on here that aren't, what are likely pleas, although in the past, the ADA is sometimes in a position to say, oh, this is not a PD case, but it's going to be a plea. We've worked it out. And then which are more likely to be trials. After we call the calendar on Wednesday and see what really did come to pass with those things that were going to be pleas, I'll get an email out to all the lawyers saying, here are the, I'm going to pick a number today, 5. It might be 4, it could be 6. It depends on how squishy I think the cases are. Here are the 4 cases that need to appear. Have you ever received the email for the consolidated trial calendar? It's like that. I write those, so it's like that. It's like, these are the 4 who need to be here. I'm gonna call them in this order. So you know, if you've got position 2, you're bugging your colleague, hey, is this pleading or not pleading? And if your colleague swears up and down it's a trial, then likely we wouldn't get to your case as position 2. And I promise not on that Monday to switch it up and say, I've got to anchor in for position 2. But we'll get to position 2 if one falls apart for whatever reason.
And Judge, in the analysis, will the trial calendar be lasting more than 1 week? Because I know there are certain cases on here that have multiple defendants that may exceed 1 week.
It probably will not, because the following week is one MLK holiday and then the judges conference where we get reprogrammed. So this is one where I'll be pressing you all to say, all right, you say that's going to go to trial. Can we fit it in a week? And if it is an 8 defendant case,
right,
I'm not going to believe you if you say you can fit it in a week. So there's a little wiggle room as to whether we could carry over to that Tuesday.
I only ask because I saw there was one case that had 4 defendants. That is
Is that the marijuana case?
No, there was a marijuana case, but frankly, I didn't really review the marijuana case.
Okay.
But there was, I believe, a alleged kidnapping.
Oh, the one with Harrigan?
So.
Yeah.
I think one of the attorneys on it, when they had a lead filed or something.
Yeah, that's a 5 defendant case. So we'll see what happens with that.
Right.
Yeah. But I'm fine when we're done working through the calendar on Wednesday, also reconvening to talk about prioritizing. And when I send that email out, I'm always open to like, hey, I know you put this as number 3 and this is number 4. I have both of them, Judge. Would you mind swapping them? And if the lawyers on the other side say, oh, that's fine, then.
I'm familiar with the communication and effectiveness, at least as to consolidate over the past few years in relation to scheduling issues.
Well, it's even more direct here because they're all my cases. I am not able to move cases around on the consolidated because we have to make sure each judge gets his or her bite at the apple. And so I have had your colleagues say, oh, we're so ready on this one. I feel you, but Judge X gets the next bite at the apple, and I don't know what's going to happen.
I think I've CC'd you on a few of my emails.
Yeah. Yeah, but here it's all one judge, and it's much easier to move things around if that's what we need to do. But we'll see how the conversation this afternoon goes. If there's nothing else, welcome back, everyone, and I will see you at 4 o'clock. At which time we'll have a freshly minted mayor, president of the city council, and state court. Not state court. Municipal court is getting sworn in. Judge Glanville's handling that. All right. Can I talk to you for 2 seconds in the jury room?
Yep.
Ms. Nelson, do we keep this up till 4 or are we doing a new one at 4?
No, it's the same one, Judge.
Okay, thank you.